Good morning, friends, subscribers, and of course big good morning and welcome to the Easyjetsimpilot members. I see some of you on the ground with me this morning, looking to fly alongside as we take our aircraft on a nice charter route from Crete here at Herculane up to Prague, Rosinja Airport. An airport which I visited a long time ago in real life, probably about 20 years ago now, maybe not quite that long. And it was one of the airports that I used to fly in to regularly in some of the old simulators. And I did it when I was a teenager in the real world, and I like to try and replicate that. So I have never visited there in Flight Sim 2020. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what it has to offer when we get there. So as you can see, we're currently on the ground. We need to go and get in and all set up. I'll just bring up the Navigraph for you, and you can have a quick look at our routing today. So there's Navigraph for you. So basically a nice northbound track all the way, and we do at the moment have some air traffic control online as well when we get into this sort of region, into the above north of Greece. So we'll see if that's still there once we're in the air. So add a little bit to the immersion, which will be quite nice, and also help separate those of us that are flying as well. So let me get rid of that, and we'll head in and start setting things up. One of the other things I'll do as well is I shall just give you guys the current METAR and the operational flight plans. So operational flight plan for today is coming in the chat room now for you. There it is. And our METAR is here. There it is. That should be in the chat room now for you to see, so you can have a look at that. So the wind is 080 at 15 now. It can be a little bit of a gusty takeoff with the winds, given the terrain that is around this airport. So we need to be aware of that on departure, so that we can obviously be prepared for the aircraft bumping around a little bit as we take off. But anyway, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's go ahead and start prepping the flight deck, and then we can start getting those passengers on board as well. So here we are. We'll just let the frame rate stabilize for a moment. Good morning, Anthony, and Aviation 20 popping in there as well. All right, let's get the batteries turned on. There we go. And we can now call our ATC services and hopefully get some ground power, because it's all very, very quiet. Then we'll start letting you guys on board. So tune to the ground, get the power supply. There it is. And the ground power is now on the road. We can see the flashing amber lights. Let's get that connected up. There we are. So no terminal today, or jetway, which means the stairs would need to be in action. I'm not going to use the stairs just because they fight with self-loading cargo. So my virtual passengers today are just going to have to jump into the aircraft. Safety rope. They can climb their way up. Good morning, HD. Good to see you. Actually, HD, I'm glad you're with me. Can you just confirm this is noise abatement 1 departure here at Herculane? I believe it is. But reading through the charts, I wasn't overly convinced. So let's put my PM to the test already before we've even turned anything on. All right. So we've already got our METAR information. Let's go ahead and just start some of the cockpit prep. We'll get the crew oxygen lights on. We'll start getting the ideas aligned. And navigation lights, seatbelt signs, emergency exit signs, and that's where I'm going to stop, as I'm just going to refuel the aircraft. Thanks, HD. See you in a moment. So let's put these passenger weights and try and pull everything through from SimBrief. Clear that scratch pad. There we go. AOC menu and init press. There we go. So 2 hours 42 minutes from Herculon to Prague Ruzyně Airport. That's not its full name. I don't think I can pronounce its full name. Okay, so happy with all of that. Let's now look at the performance, weight and balance from our flight plan that I popped into the chat a moment ago. So we have got a fuel load. The planned block fuel is 7745. That matches up, so let's get that all loaded in. And then 177 passengers, a payload of 18408. 18408, that matches up as well. And the center and the zero fuel weight is 59.4. Again, that matches up nicely, so let's get that loaded up. Checking our gross weight of the aircraft now is 76 tons, bang on, and we're looking at sorry, did I say 76? Correction, 67 tons, and we'll be departing at around 66.9 tons. Alright, so they're all happy, our fuel's loaded. Let's go back to the overhead panel, and we can now look again at that APU running, and we can also turn on those fuel pumps. So with the overhead panel now running, we should have done an engine fire test as well, but for the sake of quickness and the stream, it's not going to affect us here in the simulator. So APU is now starting. Let's come down and set up the center panel. So current QNH here is 1011 and the time 11:17 Zulu, and our anti-skid is turned on. Let's get the pedestal and have a look at the audio control. Let's get VHF2 onto the guard frequency, 121.5. Switch that over and back over to VHF1, which we will now pop onto Unicom. We'll not actually transfer that over just yet. We'll do that in a little while. But in fact, actually, we will pop that over now, just so we can hear what's going on around us. So, just checking the rest of the pedestal, all the levers, etc., all in the right place, where we'd expect them to be. And that's good. Let's come up to the FCU. So, 1011, already confirmed the QNH. Let's get those flight directors turned on. 7,000 feet, our stop altitude for this morning. So HD, you can't see anything in Navigraph. No, I couldn't either, which is why I was asking a professional set of eyes to look over it. But if you can't see anything, then we'll go with noise abatement. We'll go with the standard noise abatement 2, which is fine. And you were here last year and you can't remember. You've probably visited a fair few. We wouldn't expect you to remember every one of them. Right, I'm just having a quick slurp of my my tea while we turn these up. Tea's going cold. Heat needed in the galley, I think. Let's just turn the first officer's displays off. Save those frame rates. And our alignment in 3 minutes. Okay, so let's come down to the flight management guidance computer and start to set this all up. So, aircraft status. We've got the out-of-date cycle. We know about that. Nothing we can do. Iris alignment still aligning. Init A. Let's see if we can pull this all through. And will it work first time? Doesn't look like it. Just clear the scratch pad and do that again. That's a good rule to work to, HD. If there's nothing in Navigraph, we'll go with nothing in the charts. We'll go with noise abatement 2. Okay, so that seems to have pulled all that through better this time. So I'm just going to change the call sign. Easy 34 Alpha Mike. And our alternate today, Echo Delta Delta Papa. Let's pop that through. Echo Delta Delta Papa. Cost index of 8, cruise flight level 360, temperature is actually -55. Now the tropopause height, a bit of difference there, so we'll change that as well. It's 37192 on the operational flight plan, so that's altered. Okay, so I think we can start letting those passengers on board. Forgot to fire the pushback helper up, so pushback helper is now coming online, and I think we can start letting you guys on board. Get yourselves comfy, get yourselves strapped in, and with the fuel now all loaded as well, we can turn those seatbelt signs on. If I haven't already done them, I think I might have already done them. Oh no, there we go. Doors are opening and you guys are now boarding. I hope you're going to have a nice, safe, pleasant trip with us up to Prague. So, passengers on their way. Let's carry on with our setup then, shall we? So, let's come down and have a look at our flight plan. So, we're departing today runway 09, and it is the Ipalo 1 Hotel departure. Ipalo 1 Hotel, and insert. And our arrival in Prague is planned for ILS runway 30, the longest of the runways there in Prague. And it is the VLM for Romeo. There it is. And that will be via, let's have a look. Let me get the charts up and have a look at that for you. I'll do this, bring this on screen as well, so you guys can have a look. So the other hand, the VLM for Romeo. What am I doing? I don't want to change it. Open the charts. VLM for Romeo. Let's just pin that. And that is the initial approach fix is Kennock, I believe, looking at that. And also I'll just pin this while I'm here. Yeah, so should have the option then to come in via Kennock. Let's see if that's there. There it is. Insert that, and let's check our distance. 1033, 1040. So only 7 miles different. Actually, that distance has just changed, so that's computed. 13 miles difference now, but certainly enough for happy with that for the stream and the flight, so that's good. Okay. So, just coming back to the chat, I've been missing everything while doing that. Yeah, this is no pushback, which means we're essentially going to run over the tug drivers sat out the front, because they're not going to move. They're not that intelligent here in Flight Sim 2020. We're just going to tell the ground power unit to do one, but then he'll probably still get in my way and we'll still run him over. Okay, let's continue setting up the guidance computer, shall we? So, flight plan is now imported, and on the RadNav page as well. Let me just pop in the VOR just here, which is India Romeo Alpha. There it is. Okay, let's come to our init B page. Alright, so the fuel, zero fuel weight is 59.459.4 with a 0 fuel weight center of gravity. Just pop that in at 30. Trip wind is a headwind today of 29. Not the highest headwind we've ever seen though, so that's that should be no bother. and a planned block fuel. I'm expecting to see around 7.7 tons. So let's see what the aircraft believes we need. 7.4 tons. Beautiful. So 7.4, and with the APUs running, we'll work with 7.6 tons of fuel in there. So let the aircraft work that out, and a takeoff weight of 66.9. Yep, that seems pretty accurate and matches up with what we have in the OFP as well. The alternate, we've got 1.2 in there, so we can just increase that amount of fuel required for the alternate. 1.2. Oops, try again. 1.2. So there's our alternate coming in, and we can now just have a look at that fuel prediction page. Estimated fuel on board when we arrive is 2 tons. Excellent. So no paperwork with that one. Let's have a look now at coming over to our takeoff performance page. So we'll be taking off flaps 1, and the transition altitude here is 6,000 feet. Interestingly enough, something to note, the initial climb altitude is flight level 70, so we obviously need to remember to get that the standard pressure set pretty quickly after departing. Don't want to forget that. So transition altitude 6,000 feet. So if we're doing standard noise abatement to departure, then 1,080 feet for thrust reduction and acceleration. And our flex takeoff temperature today calculated to be 61. So let's calculate these V speeds. I can see you guys chatting in the chat room. I'll come back and see if I can help with anything on that, Willie. And HD, once I've just gone through this, make sure we don't miss anything. Okay, so just something to note then, just have a look at these takeoff speeds. We've obviously got 152, 196 for the slats, and then clean at 220. Now there is a speed restriction on our departure routing just through the first turn of 210 knots. Let me just bring that up for you so you can see that. So there you go. So there's our departure routing that you can now see. So we're taking off at the Apollo, what is it? The Apollo 1 Hotel, which is the short left takeoff, a bank of 15 degrees, as you can see there, with a maximum speed of 210 knots. And it's at 1,000 feet. We need to start making that left-hand turn. So with a maximum speed of 210 throughout that turn, I shouldn't need to enter anything into the performance page for that. I will just keep out flaps 1 throughout that turn. Once we've completed the turn, then we can clean the flaps up. Actually, we're going to be accelerating not too far above that, are we? So actually I will pop that in. I want a max speed of 210 knots, so I am going to pop that in as we start to accelerate. I don't want to break that speed constraint.
Gate 11.
So I believe that's Digital Flight Deck in the chat, who's now just starting to push back as we're getting a little bit closer. Let all that traffic start to be. So as HD's just said, we can just hold the S-speed throughout that turn, using the pitch of the aircraft to maintain the speed, because we will be past acceleration altitude by the time we are making that turn. Turn at 1,000 feet, and the accel should kick in 80 feet later. So not too much between those. Alright, so we've just actually gone through a little bit of our takeoff brief there, but other things to note: we've already mentioned the transition altitude is 6,000 feet, but our stop climb altitude is flight level 70, so we need to be aware of that. We also need to be aware that our minimum safe altitude on departure is 9,200 feet until we make the left turn. Then, as we head out back over the sea, it is reduced slightly to 7,000 feet. We've already said that it's noise abatement to departure. Now let's have a little look at the wind, which I briefed right at the very start of the stream. HD, just reading that, we could actually clear that, couldn't we then, if we just hold S speed. Can I clear that, or is it now fixed in? Let me see. Once I put it in, I can't clear it. No, okay. We'll be aware of that. We'll be aware of that. Okay, so having a look at the weather, I've already said that it's actually a little bit... Wow, that's a big aeroplane that's just spawned in there. It is a little bit windy today, 15 knot winds. It's 15 knot headwind, more or less, as we're rolling down the runway. But with those winds, because of the terrain that we have around here... have I left Navigraph up? My fault. I'm still getting used to this new streaming system that I've got set up. There we go. But yeah, I can't clear that intermediate speed now, HD. It won't let me. So I'm stuck with that. We'll keep at S speed and then we'll just go straight into manage mode after the turn. Yeah, so it is gusty today, about 15 knots, so we need to be aware of that given the terrain that we have around the airfield. We can have a bit of a bumpy takeoff, so we need to expect those winds potentially to be an issue as we depart. We could be fine, but we need to be aware of it. The aircraft, we've got no issues with the aircraft other than the out-of-date ARIC cycle, but we can't do anything around that. And the threats we've spoke of a little bit already regarding the wind and, of course, the terrain to the south and the west of the airport. Now, our current weight as well is right on the limit for the maximum landing weight. So, should we have an issue, we would, I hope, still be absolutely fine to come back in and land. If it's a major issue, of course, we want to get back as soon as possible. So that's again something we need to be aware of. But hopefully, of course, everything should go fine. And we won't have to worry about that. We could, if we needed to and wanted to, of course, get rid of a bit of fuel, and we had the option to, we could burn a little bit of fuel over the sea before coming back to landing, just to get that weight down. But I don't think it would be too much of an issue. Sam AD, thank you very much, sir, for your kind Australian $5 donation. That is lovely of you, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of this flight. So thank you for coming on board. All right, so with our briefing complete, let's have a look at our before takeoff and before start checklist. So as we're running through these checks, I'm just going to turn off the Unicom. So before start checklist, our cockpit preparation is now all complete. However, we will just disconnect ground power. As we're now done, what I'm going to try and do is see if we can get them out of the way, because we're going to run over them in a moment. So request the ground power to end. Disconnect that. Are they moving away? Not moving away enough to get out of the way, but never mind, we'll just have to taxi through them. Okay, so cockpit preparation is now complete. Signs are on and auto. Our adheres, they were still aligning actually, so we'll just go in and we will check those. We've got the adheres aligned and 3 nav green confirmed. Fuel quantity is loaded and balanced. Flight management guidance system is all set, and the altimeter is 1011 set and cross-checked. Alright, so our pushback clearance, we'll be taxiing straight out, turning right and going down Alpha to holding point, it'll be down holding point, taxiway Alpha for runway 09, and it's a backtrack as well. So let's just come back on the Unicom frequency and we'll announce that shortly, as there is no pushback to actually do today. Right, I believe our passengers are now all on board, so you're all sat down. Seatbelts on, make yourselves comfy. Let's close that door.
Cabin crew, we're all ready to go, so please arm the doors and cross-check. Thank you.
Hi Captain, all passengers are on board and doors have been closed.
Thanks a lot.
And we're looking forward to a nice morning flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, good morning. This is your captain speaking, and I'd like to welcome you on board the aircraft. My name is Gavin, and we're not expecting any delays, so we should be arriving on time at our destination. The cabin crew are just tidying up the last few things on the aircraft and going over a couple of checks, and we should be getting out of here very shortly. If you would help the cabin crew by getting yourselves sat comfortably with seatbelts fastened, we should now be ready to depart in just a few minutes. Now though, I'd like to thank you for choosing to fly with Easyjet today, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Traffic, standing ready to 224, Iraqi engine start on stand 10.
That's interesting. I thought I was on stand 10. Unless the Navigraph charts, of course, don't always line up, do they? So we may actually be on... What stand are we on according to the Navigraph charts? Right, so it looks like we're right in front of the terminal. So with no taxiway markings, I'm going to guess we're actually on stand... Is that stand 4 or 7? Have we got one to the right of us? No, no. Oh, it might actually be stand 5 then. Oh no, actually, I think it's stand 8. They definitely don't match up then in the in Microsoft Flight Sim. So we're on stand 8, and we'll be coming straight through that. Let's turn that fly pad on as well. Alright, let's make the announcement then. Heraclon traffic, easy, 34 Alpha Mike, stand 8, no pushback, it'll be a rolling taxi to taxiway Alpha, and we'll be holding short of runway 09 before backtracking. So let's get the rotating beacon light on.
Good traffic, Easyjet will be taxiing to taxiway Alpha, then backtracking on runway.
And we need to get those engines started.
Takeoff from runway 09.
So, I'm skipping forward ever so slightly with this, as we have no pushback to take care of. So, before start checklist below the line, windows and doors all closed and armed. Rotating beacon light is on, parking brake is on. Let's get the engine started. So, engine mode select to ignition, and we can now start engine 1. Just double checking that rotating beacon light. So engine 1 is now starting up. Even when I start the engines, that pushback crew, ground crew, they're still going to stay there. They're not going to move. So whilst we're waiting for engine 1 to start, there's the Eurowings flipping the light on. I like the way that these are all rendered as well in the flight sim. They're actually, you can actually see what the other guys are doing. HD, I've just realised I never messaged you back. That's the reason the flight controls didn't come on when I wanted it, when I commanded it to the other day, isn't it? I'm presuming you all just heard the PTU firing up and starting engine 2. That's a shiny U ruler, that one. Yeah, you had to get a new one. The other one was far too old, tattered and broken the amount of times it's been used. So engine 2 spooling up.
Nicholas traffic, 0464 taxiing by Alpha to holding point 09.
Maxim, is there a way to stop the sim from finishing the flight? You mean with the logbook coming up? I wish there was, and if there is, can someone please tell me, because it really does annoy me when that happens. But other than that, no. Afraid not. Is that a Lufthansa on Unicom? Taxiing to holding point runway 09. Right, okay. Well, is he moving now?
On traffic, Skyway 5556 will taxi for runway 09 via taxiway Alpha, and we will follow the Lufthansa A380.
On behalf of the crew, I
Yeah, me too. I don't want to get in his way.
attention to the
Is he moving? I think he is moving.
procedures.
So both engines are now running. Whilst we've got all this traffic though, it means we can complete our checks in a calm and relaxed manner. So APU can now come off in a moment. Both engines are now running. So engine mode select, back to norm.
Stay calm and listen for instructions from the cabin crew.
APU
Oxygen masks will drop down from above your
off,
seat.
anti-ice
Place
coming
the mask
on,
over your mouth
APU
and
masters
and
coming
pull the
off.
strap to tighten it. If you are traveling with
How close is that wing going to be to my aircraft? Ah! Duck!
or helping others. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, leave your
Well, that was interesting.
items behind.
Ground spoilers armed.
Diver rafts are located for
And
you,
flaps one.
Emergency lighting in the floors will lead you to the closest exit. We ask that you make
Oh, I can say that's a
sure
first.
your luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. While we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures on the card in the pocket.
29.5.
Electronic device must now be switched off or turned to airplane mode until we instruct you that it is again safe to use them. Our cabin service will commence once we are in flight. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and obtain extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and we hope
So I'm expecting the Eurowings to start moving in a second.
Traffic is 4 on chrono 09er.
And we'll make a quick call just to let everyone know because there's a lot of traffic here and I don't want to confuse anyone. Easy 34 Alpha Mike will hold our position until the Eurowings in front of us has taxied out. Okay, let's carry on. And I believe now we're clear to disconnect. If we had a tug, we're clear to disconnect, but he's not moving. Alright, so the pushback is not clear, but we can't do much about that.
Scandinavian 224, probably seen as Eurowings, will taxi through runway 09.
And Speedbird 464 entering 09 for backtrack.
So I was just waiting to see if this Eurowings moved. Maybe he's not going to, in which case we'll look at making our move. So, oh no, there he goes. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. So whilst we're sat here, let's do a flight control check. So, full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, full left, neutral. There we go. So we can get the taxi light on. And release those parking brakes. Easy 34 Alpha Mike is now taxiing out from stand 8 to taxiway Alpha, and we'll follow the preceding traffic. So, plenty of aircraft with us today, yes, Willie. HD, that's a good shout. I might have to do a might just have to look up at the performance page, but I think we've probably got time to do that, to be honest with you, given the amount of traffic that I've got in front of me. So yes, we can depart from Alpha, which will speed things up no end. So if I just hold that, back to the performance page, and we're now got a new flex temp for departing from Alpha, and flex temp is 57. So we'll depart from Alpha, which means we don't have to go down, backtrack, etc, etc. Let's continue getting things ready. So we'll get the weather radars on and auto brake. Ding the crew.
Skyway 5556 holding runway 09 at Alpha.
And of course we will have that terrain radar on, given what we have around us. I'll mess about with the flight pad once we're airborne. So our departure briefing then, slight change in the performance. We're now going to take off from runway. Take off from the same runway, of course, 09, but we're taking off from intersection Alpha. So now no backtrack required. QNH has also changed, and that's reflected as well in our new takeoff performance and new flex temp. Engine out procedure will be below the maximum landing weight should we have a problem, so we can return back here. Our departure is programmed into the FMGC, and I'll also just have a quick check. Yeah, that's what we're expecting. So a USR point as we depart, because we decide when we're going to make that turn, and it is above 1,000 feet. Not forgetting, of course, then our stop climb is flight level 70. So we need to go standard pressure on thrust reduction. We also need to maintain a maximum speed throughout the left-hand turn, which begins above 1,000 feet of 210 knots. We'll hold it in S speed until then, and then we'll clean the aircraft up once we've completed that turn. So anti-ice, this is the same checklist I forgot yesterday actually, but the anti-ice is on, ECAM status is checked, the pitch trim is 29.5, rudder trim checked 0, and the before takeoff checklist. We've done our flight controls, we've done and confirmed our departure briefing, flaps config 1, FMA and takeoff data 134 blue, 139 magenta, climb nav blue 7,000 feet, 1 FD2, and our flex temp is 57. ECAM memo, takeoff no blue, and the electronic flight bag is stowed. HD, I can't do that actually. Oh, you couldn't unless they've updated it, but I don't think you can. No, you can't enter takeoff shift. That'll be a whole other tutorial when that day comes. So there goes that Airbus 380. How often do the Airbus 380s land here in here in Crete?
Directly in traffic, Skyway 5556, backtracking runway 09.
That's digital going down the backtrack route. So 2 to depart ahead of us. What I could do, HD, is what were the V speeds in that takeoff performance calculator? The takeoff speeds there were 148, 148, 149. So yeah, they were a little bit higher. I'm just a little bit reluctant to use them because presumably the simulator calculates them for the aircraft here in the simulator, so not quite as accurate.
Hi there, just to let you know, we will be holding our current position for a few minutes. There are a few aircraft waiting to depart ahead of us, but we should be on our way very shortly. Thank you.
Let's get those parking brakes on. So sit and chat amongst yourselves, guys. Promise, as soon as we get airborne, I'll send the drinks trolley round.
Directly in traffic, Skyway 5556, rolling runway 09.
HD, those V speeds that I called out from the calculator, we're using the intersection 148 and 149. But yeah, I'll stick with the sim values. So we say goodbye to Heklon, and it is again a wonderful looking freeware modded airport available from flightsim.to, so go and grab yourself that. Wonderful looking place.
Scandinavian 724, back passing 09.
Who knew there were so many Eurowings aircraft still flying? We'll just edge forward slightly. Obviously stopping behind these stop bars that you can see. Antidate, there's no air traffic control on, my friend. We're using the VATSIM networks, which means we turn off default air traffic control, and there's no air traffic controllers here at the airport online, sadly, so we're left to our own devices, I'm afraid. Yeah, if I start to see the end of the runway approaching, it'll be toga. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened in real life, would it? In fact, I was reading about that the other day when we were researching flex temps. If not, instead of Prague, you can all go swimming.
224, rolling.
So we'll wait until he's passed, and then we'll get the lights on. I don't want to blind him just as he's approaching us. But you can see our brake fans, our brake temperature is absolutely fine. No issues there. So our takeoff path is clear. We can start to line up. Easy 34 Alpha Mike Heklon, line up runway 09. No backtrack. So let's get the strobe lights on and the landing lights. Runway turn off lights. Nose wheel lights. And we can also pop the transponder on TCAS. And those packs can come off as well for our departure. So before takeoff checklist, below the line, cabin is secured. We've got the ECAM memo. Engine mode select, norm. TCAS is on. Packs are off. Anti-ice is on. Okay, so we're just holding here for separation. We've got another minute to go. He's been airborne now for about a minute and 7 seconds. So just hold that and then we'll look to depart. Once again, we expect to depart, hit acceleration and thrust climb around 1,000 feet. 1,080 feet actually. We start a left turn after 1,000 feet and we need to hold S speed and make sure we do not exceed 210 knots in the turn. Another 30 seconds to go. Alright then, here we go. So, takeoff, start the chrono, set 50% N1, and flex temp, takeoff thrust, man flex, SRS and runway. Letting the side straight come back to neutral by 100 knots.
100 knots.
V1 and rotate.
Positive rate 0.
A little bit of wind there as we expected on the departure. Setting climb thrust, starting that left hand bank. Ensuring we've got that positive speed trend. And we're well below the 210 knot speed restriction, so that's good. We need to get the packs back on, but at the moment I'm concentrating on the flight. So, we're nice and level. Pack 1 coming on. Approaching S speed now. Standard pressure is also now set. Pack 2 coming on. And we should now be passing S speed so we can clean up. Flaps 0. Ground spoilers disarmed. And we're accelerating away. We could also now go into managed mode, just because we have that 210 knots plumbed in that I couldn't clear. So there's a little bug. No air traffic control online, so I'm happy to carry on our climb above flight level 70. We'll just set flight level 250 for now. So flight level 250 confirmed blue, and autopilot 1 now coming on. The autopilot not completely happy with everything. We know it has the occasional bug on takeoff, following those flight directives which don't always show the correct information. It normally takes a minute or so just to get in, but that's better now. We saw it shoot up there to about 5,000 feet per minute, and I think that's just as it was trying to hold that 250 knot speed. But we're now coming up to 10,000 feet, so we're looking to get those lights off.
Thank you.
We could also ding the cabin crew. They can come out. And looking at the skies ahead of us, anti-ice can also come off. Passing 10,000 feet. Cheers HD. Yeah, the autopilot is, whenever you put the autopilot on, the aircraft will always just have that little, almost like it's gone over a speed bump, just for that split seconds when you engage it. I don't know if you see that on, can see that on the stream. If you roll it back, the moment you put the autopilot on, it just has that little nudge to wake you up, as though to say, are you sure you want to use me? So our cruise level today is flight level 360 and the optimum and max both 390. So let's go ahead and set that now, and we'll go straight up to our cruising altitude. Flight level 360. 360 confirmed blue. And we're on our way over to Prague. We can get rid of the ground terrain radar. We don't need that. Set standard pressure on the standby as well. And we'll just watch now to make sure the aircraft doesn't do anything silly all the way up to cruising altitude. So I'm happy now to release all you guys as well. It doesn't look like anything treacherous ahead of us, so seatbelt signs coming off. Stretch your legs. Won't be long until the tea trolley is coming around.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are free to move about the cabin. However, please note that we do recommend you fasten your seatbelts at all times when you are seated in case of turbulence. Thank you.
Non-stop. That was a film, wasn't it, with Liam Neeson? Even though most aircraft-related films aren't always entirely accurate and they're embellished for cinematic licenses, I do still enjoy them. The Minecraft gamer, I mean, you're completely out of luck. Microsoft Flight Simulator is most certainly not available on Android. PC only at the moment, but I believe it's coming to the Xbox later this year. Have they released a date for that yet? Not that it will affect me. I like HDR, you call them flight suggestions. So let's take a look at our flight route. If I just bring up the VFR map for you. So you can see there we're heading out over the South Greek islands and then up through Eastern Europe, coming into Prague, and you can see that our approach is actually beautifully coded there from Kenok. That was our initial approach fix for the ILS approach via the VLM VOR just here, and it just brings us straight in. We should have a beautiful straight in approach, no complications, fingers crossed. Digital Willy, is that it? Is it just summer? That's fair enough. Is that the Indian summer or our summer? Or that's why they don't like putting dates on things, isn't it? Now, I am going to double check because let's see if there is still air traffic control online that we shall need to contact. Actually, we're still quite a way away from it, looking at that. So I believe there are 6 aircraft today flying in the fleet with us. We've got Easyjet out in front, Nick in Speedbird 464 next. We've then got Digital UK 5556, Scandi 224, then myself, and then behind me is do you know what, I can't even recognise that. Alpha Echo Echo. Which call sign's that one? So I will of course be with you up until the cruising altitude on microphone, and then I will do my usual of disappearing, grabbing a drink, and then coming back to be with you all in the chat room for the remainder of the flight. Ryanair don't land, they just crash with style. Dabney, I'd like to say that's true. EasyJet will be live every day. It is not. I do have days off, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are usually guaranteed daytime streams. However, tomorrow, so I'll tell you about this now, tomorrow there will be no daytime stream. I'm very sorry, friends and followers, but no daytime stream tomorrow as I have a pre-planned appointment. But fear not, there shall be an evening stream tomorrow, so it won't be a full day without. And if you want the really good news, then there should also be a stream tonight as well. Are you getting thirsty, Christian? Go on then. Just for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our drink selection, including tea, coffee and cold beverages. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. If you would like to upgrade to other warm beverages available, such as hot chocolate and jam and toast flavored tea, super stickers and super chats are available. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and get extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you.
So there's the drinks cart coming round. Minecraft Gamer, you've tried to download it on PC and it forced you to download other things. You may not be downloading it from a reputable place then. Only available on Steam and from the Microsoft Store, as far as I'm aware anyway. Young, you've just subscribed, thank you very much for that. And I believe, do you know what, I am going to check this. I need to grab my phone for this. I believe today we may be very close. We may be very, very close to 7,500 subscribers, guys. Wow. 7,500. There's a milestone. We are 6 short. We are 6 short of 7,500. Is that Korean 673 on private message? I don't know where he is in the world, but thank you for that if you're watching. I don't mind the private messages when we're in flight, guys, but please don't send me them when I'm on landing or taking off. That is the worst time to receive them. Otherwise I'm going to have to turn those off on the screen. So just passing flight level 130. Those screens look really dark again, don't they? We've got the sun shining on them from behind. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. When it does come out on Xbox, are they just going to dumb down all the graphics? I sincerely hope not. I don't have the world's best PC, as followers of the channel will be aware. But if I just double check now, we're popping anywhere between 30 and 45 frames. And I also, after the last update, do you remember us getting those like micro stutters that popped in? I deleted the rolling cache again. Took me another 2 hours. So I did it late the other evening. But yeah, and it seems to have gone now. So that's quite nice. Kevin, good afternoon. Kumar, they should have a Ryanair crash zone at each airport. So 135.3 is Eurozone, which we will need to contact in a little while. Let's get that in the standby for now. 135.3. There we go. Cruising altitude in about a minute. So we'll just watch the aircraft does it exactly as we would expect it to. We'll then do some cruising checks before I oh, that was an uncommanded zoom out. I didn't do that. Mouse has a mind of its own. We're hitting a little bit of turbulence maybe here. Right hand turn, but just look at the crosswind. Mac Alt Star as we approach. Ooh. Maybe I'll not be heading back to the galley just yet. So there is a jet stream actually, more or less where we are, and that's confirmed as well, looking at the winds on the navigation display. So as you can see there, our actual track is being dictated to us, autopilot compensating for that. Mac Alt Cruise. Wonderful. So let's just have a look, make sure nothing else untoward is going on. Engine, bleed, cabin pressure, and a working electrics page. HT, now you're here. Can you just check generator 1, generator 2, and the batteries? Should they all have 0 amps and 0% in the generators? The fuel page, of course, absolutely fine. APU is off. 23 degrees for you guys in the cabin. All the doors fine. The wheels 55 degrees. Flight control computers are all working. All is good. Still can't cycle through the pages though. So there we go. Let's have a look at the operational flight plan. Again, if you are late to the stream, I'll just pop that into the chat for you again now, so you can see that. There you go. So there's the operational flight plan. So where are we? We're direct to Sorev at the moment. Which flying for 19 minutes. Let's just see what our progress is like when we compare that to the operational flight plan. So we're now actually just flipped over. We're going direct to Akoro. We should be there in about a minute, which means we're about 3 minutes ahead of schedule, so that's quite nice. Minimum fuel on board should be about 6 tons at this point. We've got 6.8, so happy with that. All is looking well. The only other thing then I'm going to do before I nip to the galley to grab my tea, and I'm very disappointed. The shopping's been this week. There is no jam and toast tea. No jam and toast tea. So let's just come down here and grab the weather for Athens. Weather request. So we'll pop Athens in there, and we must put Sophia in there as well. Lima Bravo Sierra Fox. Lima Bravo Sierra Fox. Send those off. Once they come back, we'll just have a quick check. What I'll also do is, I don't know why I don't do this on the ground, just because it's probably not really used that much on the ground until some of the performance things are updated. But if I just type in the username, then what I can do is I can then pull in the information from SimBrief on there, and it just updates all things like the weather and the flight route, so you can see current weather that we're expecting then in Prague. Nice light winds. However, why have we got runway 30? We'll keep an eye on that. I think the winds were very light and variable at the time when that flight plan was created, which is why runway 30 was selected. If they remain that light and variable, depending on if there's air traffic control around and what other aircraft may be doing on VATSIM, we can change it, but I'm happy enough to land with a slight tailwind. It's not very much. Yeah, few clouds, 3,300 feet. So we should have nice weather coming into Prague as well. Let's just have a look what the weather was doing. They should have come through now. Messages received. So there's Athens 040 at 12, but again no clouds to really be concerned about. And at Sofia, winds light, and again no real cloud problems. So all en route weather so far looking really nice, which of course we hope we'll not actually need to use any of them. Strangely enough, we do it here in the sim, and even if I'm not constantly doing it in the actual simulator, if I'm just in the chat room, then I will be looking at them on my phone using an app that I've got. You can also pull it up on Flight Radar 24. They're linked in with Live Metar as well. Just because I know we've not got simulator, we've not got failures set up here in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 just yet. But if you're using self-loading cargo, you can get medical emergencies and things like that. So you never know. I've never had one yet, but it could happen. So always worth knowing. Okay guys, I'm going to pop back to the galley. I'm going to leave you looking at the beautiful scenery of the Greek islands down below us. And yeah, TCAS, which way? Should I even bother turning that on? There we go, TCAS to below, even though it doesn't work. It will one day, so we might as well get into a habit now. Christian, don't call the tug driver at... yeah, well, thankfully, thanks to followers of the channel and the comments, I realised, of course, and I don't know why I didn't do this before, you can just press the Alt key, can't you, and pop it out, so then you're typing into a separate window. Famous last words, HD, let's hope not. Alright guys, so I'm going to leave you with the beautiful views of Greece beneath us. I'm going to pop back to the galley, come off the microphone, and then I shall be back with you in the chat room in a few minutes. Thanks for watching the takeoff. Please hit the like button if you're going to hop off for a few minutes. It would be most appreciated if you can, and then I will be back with you in the chat room very soon. Thanks for watching.
and gentlemen, we are about to serve our lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. If you would like to upgrade your meal to the premium package, super stickers and super chats are available. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and gain extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you.
6, Easyjet.
Eurocontrol, hello, the retired dishevelled Air Canada 7202 410 inbound Maddox.
Air Canada 7202, Eurocontrol East, good evening, desk walk. Desk walk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Canada 7202.
Station code unreadable.
Eurocontrol, good afternoon. Easy 34 Alpha Mike, flight level 360.
Easy 34 Alpha Mike, Eurocontrol East, good afternoon, let's go up 0230.
0230, Easy 34 Alpha Mike.
Consider 464 identified. And this is A320 identified. Turkish 1 Charlie Kilo, 1 is beginning of 122.8, bye bye. Control in Avenue 126 Survey Shell Station 350 inbound to Prague. Weather 1 Juliet Victor, Eurocontrol is good, evening identified.
Beluga 456, sorry I was late, my flight level is 310.
Beluga 456, Eurocontrol is good afternoon, let's go 1000.
Squawk 1000, Beluga 456.
Roger, 150, roger.
Control, stimulated 2250.
Scandinavian 224, Eurocontrol is good afternoon, identified.
Eurocontrol Air France 566, heavy flight level 300.
Air France 566, Eurocontrol is good afternoon, let's go up 1000.
Well, set squawk 1000 and can we climb to flight level 410?
Air France 566, climb to flight level 410.
Okay, 410, thank you so much, Air France 566.
Weather 100 Victor, ready. Weather 100 Victor, descend to flight level 250. And 7% out, right there, weather 100 Victor.
Air Control, Emirates 765, flight level 250, request clear.
Emirates 765, continue descent on your discretion, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, descend on discretion, Unicorn 122. Emirates 765.
Alitalia 33 Bravo, Eurocontrol, very good afternoon, with you flight level 360.
Alitalia 33 Bravo, your control is good afternoon, set squawk 0244.
0244, 33 Bravo. Sorry for the delay in for squawk. Stand by, please. Alitalia 33 Bravo. Alitalia 33 Bravo, squawk 0244.
Alitalia 33 Bravo, identified.
Zero is good afternoon, Sun 37, 234, level 380, on course Ramix.
Thunder 7234, your control is good afternoon, identified. Easy 45 Hotel, monitor Uniform 122.8, report main duties.
Switch Coaster Yukon, 122.8 for ED4000, what's the last part?
Easy 45 Hotel, report point duties. You will enter on my airspace.
Yeah, I will report the details for ED45 Hotel, thank you.
Weather 100 Victor, ready for further descent. Weather 100 Victor, further descent on your discretion, monitor Uniform 122.8, bye-bye. 122.1 is showing us here. Air France 566, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye. Category 160, again. Category 160, say again, or text me please.
Do I need to go this night?
Category 160, you are in my airspace until point Arasat.
Oh, sorry about that. I think you say my coastline as well. Good afternoon, Aero Control. This is Alitalia 141 with you at flight level 340.
Alitalia 141, Aero Control List, good afternoon and identified. Climb to flight level 350.
Climbing flight level 350, Alitalia 141.
Lot 8422, we are ready for descent. Lot 8422, descent to flight level 250. Descent 250, lot 8422.
Cockpit center Serbia 415.
Serbia 415, second.
Request descent.
Yes, Serbia 415, descent to flight level 250.
250, Serbia 415. right, good afternoon, with the 451, it's inbound Lomi, passing control 275.
With Air 451, your control list, good afternoon, task walk 0270.
200 with the 451.
Your control, have a great day. Good afternoon, circuit 720 with West Flight level 350, inbound Bobby.
Turkish 7020, your control list, good afternoon, identified. With Air 751, please confirm, squawk 0270.
0270, confirm with the 451.
With Air 451, affirm.
Okay, thank you.
With Air 451 identified, continue climb to flight level 360.
Climb 360, perfect one.
Air Canada 7202, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicorn 122.8, Canada 7202, bye-bye.
Lot 842, further descent on your discretion, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
Continue Unicorn, next right, required 842.
Hello, Beluga 296. Beluga 296, your control list, good afternoon. Set squawk 1000. Squawk 1000. Beluga 296, identified, clear of direct Tibet.
Select Tibet, confirm Delta India, Bravo, Echo Delta.
Beluga 296, sir.
Request order is 10, that's Serbia 415.
Air Serbia 415, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye bye.
122.8 and thank you for the ATC, good luck, Air Serbia 415.
Eurocontrol Easy 45 Hotel, approach 3. Easy 45 Hotel, Eurocontrol is good evening, scan identified. Transfer 7 for Eurocontrol level of 330 inbound, Tulki with you. Transfer 714, Eurocontrol is good evening, set squawk mode Charlie. Charlie, that's 74. Transfer 714. Are you able to direct point Kuner?
Eurocontrol, good afternoon, flight level 400, KLM 428 with you.
KLM 428, Eurocontrol East, good evening, let's walk 1000.
Squawk 1000, KLM 428.
74 direct, I'm currently direct to 2E. Here's 714, Roger.
Eurocontrol, good afternoon, Belavia 813 with US flight level 350.
Belavia 813, Eurocontrol East, good evening, set squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Belavia 813.
Belavia 813 identified, clear direct at demo.
Yes, direct at demo, Belavia 813.
Hello, Eurocontrol East, Center 1884.
Enter rate, correction, enter air 1884, Eurocontrol East, good evening, set squawk 0262.
262 and 1884.
Radar, good day, Condor 257, flight level 370. Condor 257, your control is good evening, identified.
Italia territory Bravo, request descent territory Bravo.
Italia territory Bravo, report expected flight level over rotor.
Flight level 360, territory Bravo.
Italia territory Bravo, report expected flight level over point rotor.
Expect flight level over rotor, territory Bravo.
Italia territory Bravo, descent to flight level 250.
250, territory Bravo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve a selection of alcoholic drinks including wine and locally sourced ales. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position.
Bravo, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
If you would like to upgrade to
122.8,
premium plans,
thank you for
super
assisting,
stickers
bye-bye,
and
to
super
Bravo.
chats are available. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and get extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you.
your control is German FS 3 to give us a Roger that, we'll try to find Turkish 1 Charlie Kilo.
German FS 32, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye bye.
122, just a minute. Thank you for ATC service. Have a great evening, German FS 32.
Traffic 7234 request.
Thunder 7234, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye bye.
128, have a good day, bye bye. 723. Ready for descent, Antarar 1884.
Enter Air 1884, descent to flight level 360 initially.
Descending 360, Antarar 1884.
Enter Air 1884 for information. Crossing traffic, 2 o'clock, below, it's buoyancy and rate.
Copy, thank you.
Fuel control is still Emirates 44 with the flight level 7370 inbound Pepic.
Emirates 44, your control is good. Evening identified. Enter Air 1884, clear of traffic, descent to flight level 250.
Descending 250, Air 1884.
Sun Bulgaria 115, radio check.
Euro control is Sun Bulgaria 115.
Sun Bulgaria 115, Euro control is good. Evening, set clock 1000.
Zero control, flying Bulgaria 115, passing flight level 360 and climbing. Setting of cock 1000, flying Bulgaria 115.
Flying Bulgaria 115 identified, continue climb to flight level 400.
Continue climbing flight level 400, flying Bulgaria 115.
Condor 257 is out of cockpit for 5 minutes.
Condor 257, roger.
Condor 257 is back.
Condor 257, roger.
Enter 1884 at flight level 250.
Enter Royal 1884, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye bye.
Unicom 122.8, thank you very much, bye bye. Enter 1884.
Is it 34 Alpha Mike, you're a control list? Easyjet Alpha Mike, please report your Mach number. Easyjet Alpha Mike, for separation reduced Mach number 0.77. Easyjet monitor Unicorn 122.8, report me point Nafti.
Monitor Unicorn 122.8, Easyjet 54, bye-bye.
Easy 45 Hotel, monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
Right, switching to Unicorn 122.8, and thank you for ATC today, good day.
Speedbird 464, monitor Unicorn 122.8.
Over to Unicorn 122.8, Speedbird 464.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. If you would like to upgrade your meal to the premium package, super stickers and super chats are available. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and gain extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you.
Easyjet Alpha Mike, reduce Mach number 0.75.
Eurocontrol with 1501, hello, with you passing 260.
With Air 1501, Eurocontrol is good evening, identify, climb to flight level 36, correction, climb to flight level 320 initial.
A second, please.
With Air 1501, climb to flight level 320.
Climb to Easyjet with Air 150.
Ali Charlie 141 requesting descent, please.
Charlie 141, descent to flight level 250.
Descending to flight level 250, Ali Charlie 141.
Beluga 296.
Beluga 296, go ahead.
Beluga to flight level 330.
Beluga 296, climb to flight level 330.
Climb to flight level 330. Is it possible just to have a step climb up to 330? It's going to take a little while, so we probably won't reach it before depot, just so you know.
Beluga 296, roger.
Getting continued descent, climb.
Weather 1501, climb to flight level 360, expedite crossing flight level 330.
Okay, climb 360, Weather 1501.
Weather 1501, expedite crossing flight level 330, view traffic.
With that 451, Eurocontrol.
With Air 451, Monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
Monitor Unicorn 122.8, my apologies, I didn't answer. Was there a question?
Alitalia 141 at 250.
Alitalia 141, Monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8, bye-bye.
Skyways 3556, Monitor Unicorn 122.8, bye.
122.8, Skyways 3556, goodbye.
Eurocontrol, Service Austrian 6259, passing flight level 285 for flight level 300, inbound Ratli, 6259.
Austrian 6259, Eurocontrol is good evening, identified, climb to flight level 380.
Flight level 380, Austrian 6259.
Austrian 6259, correction, climb to flight level 340.
340, that sounds better. Thank you for Austrian 6259.
Eurocontrol East, hello, this is Turkish 8 Sierra Lima, inbound static, cruising 350.
Turkish 8 Sierra Lima, Eurocontrol East, good evening, identified. Eurocontrol East, Ukraine International 846, good afternoon. Flight level 200, climbing with you.
Austrian Operation Ukraine International 846, Eurocontrol East, good evening. Identified, climb to flight level 350.
Climbed flight level 350, Ukraine International 846.
Condors 257, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye.
Unicom 122.8, Condor 257, have a good day, bye bye.
Eurocontrol East, Belavia 813, requesting start of descent.
Belavia 813, descend to flight level 250.
Descend flight level 250, Belavia 813.
Beluga 296, proceed direct Anedo.
Question Beluga 296 was for me, direct Anedo.
Beluga 296, affirm, proceed direct Anedo.
Proceed direct Anedo, Alpha November Echo Delta Oscar.
Lufthansa 714, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye bye.
Lufthansa 7 Unicom 122.8, takeoff service error, bitte bye.
Hey guys, so I'm back with you. Start to have a look at our approach into Prague. Just clearing a couple of things up here. So we've had a runway change whilst we've been en route. That's fine. We've already popped that into the FMGC, so don't need to worry about that. So we're now looking to approach ILS runway 24 at Prague using the VLM. Sorry, just listening to air traffic control. I'm expecting them to hand us off at any moment, which is why. So it's the VLM 3 Sierra arriving, which I'll just bring up on the charts for you in a second. So let me just grab that for you. Okay, so hopefully you can now see the Navigraph charts. If I do this, this should just bring up all the correct pins. Oh, it's not done. Never mind. So we're, as I say, we're going to be using this approach, and it is the ILS runway 24 that we're now coming into. So the approach starts at the VLM VOR, as you can see just there, and it should look something like this on the navigation display. I've already checked it and it does. The initial approach fix is Ratev, as you can see just there, Ratev, and if we then have a look from Ratev, we then basically fly track 331 degrees, come round to intercept the ILS. Air traffic control, if they were online, would give us vectors, of course, but I don't think there is any air traffic control online at the moment.
Kestrel 1959 with you, climbing through flight level 240, aircraft type A321.
And there's our elevation of the runway and our minimum descent altitude. Minimum safe altitude as well.
Climb to flight level 350, Kestrel 1959.
And our missed approach altitude, should we need to go around, is 4,000 feet. So it's straight out on the runway heading to 4,000 feet. William, no, I've still not updated to the Navigraph database. Maybe I should.
Belavia 813, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Monitor Unicom 122.8, thank you, Belavia.
So I want to be about 6,000 feet at Ratev, which means I want to start my descent about 100 miles away. We're currently looking about that now, actually. So, just go through some checks. We've got the weather and the landing information. We've got all the META, which is where we knew there was a runway change. I actually also checked on Flight Radar 24 to have a look at that. So yeah, light and variable, 3 degrees, but they're using runway 24 in the real world, so we'll opt for that. The flight management guidance system is all set. Landing elevation, we've confirmed 1158. Auto brake not required. Nice long runway. We've just done our nice arrival briefing. Pretty straightforward. So we'll let the passengers know we're about to start heading down. Well, Willie, I think the only reason I hesitated is because every time they do an update, it messes it up, doesn't it? Also, I heard maybe that's been fixed. Let me just contact Eurocontrol. Eurocontrol, Easyjet Alpha Mike, request descent.
Easyjet Alpha Mike, descent to flight level 250.
Descend flight level 250, Easyjet Alpha Mike. So we're going to be doing that in our vertical. And just reduce speed as well. So thrust idle. Vertical speed 1,600 feet. And flight level 250 blue confirmed. So down we go on our way into Prague. QNH, we'll get that set on the standby, is 1017. And you can check how that approach looks compared to the Navigraph charts if I just zoom in here on the VFR map. So yeah, there it is, that's what we expected. there's Ratev. So 6,000 feet by this point, then can't get my teeth in. Continuing our descent down to 4,000 feet, which is our platform altitude by this point here. And that's essentially the runway centre line extended, and it's the ILS approach.
Ryanair 522, we are at flight level 310.
Roger 350 Foxtrot, Eurocontrol is good evening. Identify climb to flight level 340.
Right, 340 with that 310 Fox.
So, down we come.
It's squat mode Charlie, Ryanair 5.
In terms of the, what do you call it, the weather radar, I wish I knew. I really wish I knew. I'd love them to get it to actually work, because at the moment, as you can see, it's just sort of a blanket coverage, isn't it? You can't target the particular point of the sky that you want to look at.
Set squat 20205, Ryanair 522.
Ollie, you've been trying to play the sim for the past week, but couldn't get into the game. I presume you're obviously connected to the internet while trying. It does need an internet connection. Other than that, that's quite hard. So the community folder should be emptied as well. See if that makes a difference.
Come to flight level 320, Ryanair 522.
I'm also going to pop into our RadNav page, just double checking that the ILS frequency is populated. It hasn't at the moment, but I need to be aware of that. The ILS frequency we will be using is 109.1. We'll see if that populates all on its own. I will also put the Prague VOR into the RadNav as well. Oscar Kilo Lima. You'd never guess that was the Prague VOR, would you?
Ryanair 522, could we stay at flight level 310? Or do we have to climb to flight level 320?
Ryanair 522, you are flying westbound, you should be...
So 81 miles away.
320 or 300.
We'll get the de-ice on before we start descending into that layer of clouds. Shouldn't be too many clouds when we approach Prague, by the way. 4,000 feet above the airfield.
Good afternoon, Swiss 396, flight level 390, inbound, Scorpa 89.
Swiss 396, Eurocontrol is good evening.
And
0227.
I'm overwhelmed to report that during the stream today we passed 7,500 subscribers. So a big thank you to each and every one of you over the last few months, since the channel began back in September, for supporting the channel. Never did I think in 5 years it would have that many, but 7,500 is truly astonishing, so thank you very much to all of you for that.
Category 28, Eurocontrol is good evening, identified.
So we've done our arrival briefing. We don't need the terrain radar on. So I'm expecting, as I say, air traffic control just to give us a an announcement to come off their frequency and contact Unicom. Actually, I think we'll probably stay on their frequency until we reach flight level 250. They don't control below there, so yeah, they'll probably just be coming straight off. So are our friends continuing on the approach into the original planned runway of runway 30, or are they have they changed to coming on runway 24 like I have? I will watch on VATSIM and see where they're going. I wish we had TCAS. Down we go into the clouds then, boys and girls. Not much to see obviously until we break out of those now.
Ryanair 522, could you please repeat that again?
Ryanair 522, are you able to climb to flight level 320?
Yes, I am starting my climb now.
Yeah, and you're on runway 24. Oh, good. At least I know I'm not on my own.
7020, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom 122.8. Thank you very much for your kind service. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Turkish 359 is with you.
Turkish 359, Eurocontrol. East, good evening. Descent to flight level 350. Oh, correction, descent to flight level 250.
Descent flight level 250.
So,
by T3,
speed, alt start, and we're going to request continuous descent. We'll probably get handed off and then to Unicom.
359, roger that. What flight level? We prefer 330, I see you are descending now.
Okay, I'm descent 250 Turkish 250.
Easy 34 Alpha Mike, wish to continue descent, flight level 250 currently.
Easy 34 Alpha Mike, monitor Unicom 122.8.
There we go. Thanks for the great service, goodbye, Easy 34 Alpha Mike. Okay, over to Unicom 122.8, and we can now continue that descent all the way down to 6,000 feet. So 6,000 feet, and we're going to set a descent rate. Again, we'll continue at 1,600 feet per minute. So thrust idle, descending 1,600 and flight level 060 blue. However, I actually want 6,000 feet, so we're now going to set standard pressure, which is, local pressure, 1017. And now going to an altitude of 6,000. $52 miles away from the airport. Of course, that is a direct to distance. We've got to fly that little loop. On arrival, then we're looking to vacate the runway left onto either taxiway Charlie, a rapid exit taxiway, or taxiway Delta if we have a longer landing.
Prague traffic, Skyway 5556 on the arrival for runway 30 Prague.
And then we'll be looking to taxi to the north apron. Willie, how many hours have I flown in my head? God knows. What makes you think I sleep? Have you not seen my midnight streams? The aviator sat eating a sandwich and watching the stream. That must be like being on a real aircraft then, isn't it? Look at that, I love that. You can just see hints of the ground through the cloud cover. So realistic. Travellino blog on London controllers. We're nowhere near London, so where's he controlling today? There we go. That's the view as a passenger I always look forward to. Seeing the air, seeing the ground from above in the air looks fantastic. So there you can just see on the navigation display, there's our routing. And then we basically are coming in, turning right, going north again, and coming in on the ILS approach. So passing flight level 20 in a moment. So, time to get you guys in your seats. ILS frequency hasn't populated. Okay, flight level 190, let's get the seatbelt signs turned on. Prague traffic, Easy 34 Alpha Mike, starting approach runway 24 via the VLM3 Sierra, arrival 35 miles to the south.
On the runway 24,
I would have hoped that the original Easyjet Simpilot would know that the speed restriction is actually 250 knots below 10,000 feet, and we're currently at 18,000 feet. Travelling a blog, we're actually in the Airbus A320.
556, 15 miles out on the ILS for runway 30.
Digital stuck with runway 30. Can't say as I blame him. So we should be at Ratev in a few minutes. Just going to increase that rate of descent, get the spoilers out. Will is doing alright. Absolutely fine. Ran off, doesn't say goodbye to us. So, I take that as a good sign. Beautiful view. Look at the clouds above there that we've just had to fly through. So whilst we're on this descent, guys, if you could, let's hit that like button for me if you can, if you haven't done already. So once again, I've completely forgot the landing checklist, sorry, the approach checklist, but the minimums are set, engine mode selector is norm, and our electronic flight bag is stowed. Rolling that speed back now to below 250 knots as we're at 12,000 feet. We'll get the landing lights on as well in a moment. John Young, welcome to your world.
And Easyjet is on short final 3 miles from runway 24.
And that sounds like Chimu on approach to runway 24, so that's fine.
Speedbird 464 has vacated 30.
So landing lights coming on, and even if we're a little bit too high, I wanted to be about 6,000 feet by Ratev. We're directly only 2.5 miles away from that now. However, it wouldn't matter too much, just because air traffic control, if they were around, they would continue us on this eastbound heading until they were happy, and then they would turn us north. It actually says on the charts continue on that particular heading. So let's get the landing system on. There we go. So we're 11 miles away, but now we're obviously turning away from the airfield, so I expect to see that number down here start to increase. And I forget which airport that is, just to the south of Prague. Obviously not the one that we're landing at. If you've boarded the wrong flight and that was the airport you wanted, then parachutes are available in the aisle. Actually, this descent looks to be working out absolutely fine. And no ice. No ice. How great is that?
Prague traffic, Skyway 555.
Speed alt start, and we're going to continue our descent now down to the platform altitude of 4,000 feet. So that's into the approach phase. If it isn't already, there we go, activate the approach. And speed into manage mode. And we're now starting to slow the aircraft down to green dot. Speed. And you can see the glide slope slowly creeping up there. So once it's above us, we'll make that left-hand turn. So what I'm actually going to do now is I'm going to pull the heading book and we'll remain on this heading. I think the actual heading, according to the charts, was something like 061. Yeah, unless otherwise instructed, continue on a 061 track. Vectoring will be provided. Notice the difference between track and heading, but it's not going to make much difference to us here today. So now 210 knots. Flight crew getting that cabin prepared for our arrival, and we're going to make a left turn in a moment. So we'll now make that left turn, heading northbound. And let's go flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1. And that little bit of flaps ballooning, as you saw just there, not very realistic. That, on the other hand, as an image, is very realistic.
Gentlemen, we are about to land. Please make sure you are seated with your belts fastened and your trays in the upright position. Any items should be safely stored, and remember to turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you.
So bringing it around now, and we'll start to intercept the ILS in a moment. I'm just watching for some frame rate stutters coming in again. Just watching for the magenta diamond to start to move. Hope those frame rate stutters clear up before we actually try and bring the thing into land. It may just be rebuilding my rolling cache as I deleted it the other day. Hopefully it'll come back. We've got a while. We're 16 miles away. There's the localizer alive. So, Lockstar Cat 3 single. Still 15 miles out. However, I believe that is now the runway in sight on this lovely clear day. So a very slight crosswind, as you can see on the navigation display. It's only 4 knots. We're aware of that. So as approaches goes, this was really nice and straightforward, wasn't it? Nothing too crazy about the approach into there. And we're now just going to follow the ILS all the way down, hopefully have a decent touchdown, and then vacate left as we have briefed. I don't know, out of the 6 of us that took off, how many are still flying digital. You have done better landings. Oh boy. Glide slope is alive, turning on the approach mode. Glide slope blue. Maxim, any tips while trying to keep on the centerline while flying manually? Practice, it really is. I'm not sure. I'll try and describe what I'm going through at the moment as I do it. So, glide slope capture in a moment. There we go, glide slope green, glide slope captured. Prague traffic is Easy34 Alpha Mike on finals, 8 miles for runway 24.
Scandinavian 224, turning on to intercept the ILS, 13 miles out.
Which runway? You forgot that important bit. Okay, flaps 2, speed check, flaps 2. Radio altimeter is alive. So I'm looking for a descent rate of about 700 feet. It's a normal 3-degree approach path. 6 miles out, so landing gear coming down. Let's get the lights on and ding the cabin. These can also come off. And we can also arm those ground spoilers. Flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3. Go around altitude is set. Flaps full. 4.5 miles to run. Landing checklist. Cabin secured for landing. Auto thrust speed. Go around altitude 4,000 feet set. ECAM memo landing no blue. So we'll knock the autopilot off in a moment. I'm quite happy with this. This looks like a very stable approach. And from what I remember all those years ago, this looks pretty good. Okay, 1,000 feet. I need to get in the cockpit now and stop sightseeing. Autopilot 1 off. I have control. So in terms of keeping that runway centerline, It literally is a case of looking kind of the full length of the runway, and particularly the far end of the runway, scanning between the instruments and between the outside picture. And I think if you're anything like me, the outside picture sometimes gets lost a little bit and we rely too much on the instruments. There's no need to look at the instruments too much, particularly as we're in great meteorological conditions at the moment. And I'm having a bit of a slideshow with these frame rates. So, approach stable, simulator is not stable. You've also got conflicting information because the PAPIs and the glide slope don't match up. Just holding that centre line, letting that roll out. And slowing down, reverses off, and we'll take this next taxiway over on the left.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Prague. The local time is 15:41. Unfortunately, the temperature is currently a very cold 0 degrees.
Of course it's 0 degrees.
You might want to put it on before exiting the aircraft. Please remain seated until the aircraft arrives at the gate. You are reminded to keep all electronic devices switched off until you have entered the airport terminal. If you enjoyed your
Alright, so let's start configuring our aircraft.
more enjoyable. Thank you for flying with Easyjet.
What on earth was that? Okay, so let's configure. Just pop those parking brakes on for a sec. So ground spoilers are now disarmed and retracted. Let's get the lights off. Runway turn off and strobe lights off. 38 feet per minute, is that what it was? In that case, I consider that a bad landing. Lights are off, strobe lights are off. Let's get the weather radars off so we don't fry any of the ground crew. Remember guys, if you're on your way out of here, then please do me a favour and hit that like button before you do. That would be really appreciated. And wheels temperatures are looking fine. Let's start our taxi back towards Maxim. Did I not use auto brakes? No, it's nice long runway, so no need to use the auto brakes. So where are we taxiing now? So we're taxiing via Delta, which comes all the way around here. Delta will cross runway 30. And then we head out to the north apron. We could also have taken taxiway Foxtrot, which is that one just to the right of us, but they both essentially end up in the same place. So once again, I'm just going to remind you guys, because I think you're all amazing, we have passed 7,500 subscribers on this stream. So 7,500, thank you so much to each and every one of you. If you are new to the channel and you've enjoyed today, please consider adding yourself to those 7,500 subscribers. It'd be wonderful if you would. And now what we're coming into here is another freeware modded airport, available again on flightsim.to.
Scandinavian 64 for runway 24, vacate.
So we'll come round to the right here onto taxiway Lima, and we'll go and join our friends that are all parked up at the other terminal. And they are parked over there. I think there should be a taxi line here looking at the ground. The sky's getting very dark, isn't it? So let's have a quick look outside. As I say, so this is another freeware airport. We're going to follow the taxiway blue into there. And is that bus going to wait for us? No, he's going to go straight through us. Thank you, bus. River Visual Aviation, thank you very much for your kind donation, my friend. Hope you've enjoyed the flight with us today. We'll follow the blue line, not the yellow brick road. Alright, let's get that taxi light off. Oh, the taxi light is off. That should have been on until now, my bad. And again, we'll have a quick look around as well. This nice looking airport. So we'll plonk ourselves right here in the middle. In fact, actually, no, we won't. What we'll do is we'll come to this one just here. Parking stand 19. Kevin, yeah, blue taxi line. I've seen quite a few of those in the modded airports. In fact, I think was it Warsaw had one? Which is nice, particularly as it also showed up on the charts as well. And there we go. Stand 19. And the reflections off the glass as well. That's beautiful. Okay. So, we didn't actually start the APU. Have we got ground power available here? We do have ground power available. It won't take long for that APU to kick in. And then as soon as we shut those engines down, we shall release the passengers, who have probably, let's be fair, already taken their seatbelts off and started clamouring over the overhead bins. But I'll tell you what, to actually start the EPU, you actually need to press the start button. What a lovely looking airport. The freeware mods that are coming for this airport is absolutely fantastic. If you're in Munich or has coloured lines, I'll have to see if we've got any freeware mods for those, see if they can become available. But yeah, what another great airport. And there's all our other travelling army who came with us today from Crete. I'm just waiting for this APU because, like a numpty, I completely forgot to start it, so that'll be available in a sec. So that's coming up. And of course, once I've done that, we've also got a replay to watch. So stick around for that. We'll have a look at the replay and see if what a touchdown at what did you say it was? 38 feet per minute. That's far too gentle. Okay, APU is running now. We can cut engine 1, cut engine 2. Passenger signs coming off. And rotating beacon light can come off as well when it comes down. There we go. I've turned both engines off. Strangely enough, the logbook hasn't arrived. Why not? I've not done anything different. I'm not complaining either. Hell, Big Matt, thank you very much, sir, for your very, very kind donation there. Hope you've had a great flight with us today. We're all going to go back and watch the replay in a second anyway. That's presuming I can get it to work. It is a little bit temperamental. So with that, let's have a look, shall we? I need to disconnect from VATSIM, so we'll disconnect from VATSIM. We'll say bye-bye to the guys there. Look at that, we've got moving baggage carts as well on this modded airport. Again, from flightsim.to if anyone wants to grab that. So I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM before I start slewing my aircraft around. I'm also going to close the self-loading cargo. We'll get back in the flight deck. And let's see if we can get this instant replay to work, shall we? So let's just load that file, and hopefully in a moment we should zip away onto the final approach and we can have a little look. So just let that load. You have to chat amongst yourselves for 30 seconds or so while it loads all this in. What I remember doing with FSX, which obviously had the automatic inbuilt flight replay, didn't it? As I think most simulators do. It's just this one that's special. You loaded the instant replay, which was instant, but then you'd go over it and watch it about 5 or 6 times, and by the time you watched it 5 or 6 times, all the scenery had finally finished loading in, so on the 5th take it actually looked good. Right, so if I now click ready to fly, I'm not going to be too worried about us being in the ground there, and I'm going to hit play, and hopefully in a second we should start to see an aircraft beginning to land on final. Hopefully. Oh, there we go. Oh, the alarms. So, can I turn those off? No? That's annoying. Let's just go outside, shall we? Oh yeah, I'm not I'm not watching the instant replay with that noise. So we can kind of zip ahead of the aircraft a little bit with our drone camera and see what this looks like as we come into land at Prague Ruzyně Airport. There we go. All that was missing it was the smoke from the tyres, wasn't it? What we can also do is if we nip back into the flight deck. Now those alarms have stopped. Is one of my favourite things about doing this. If we just pause that replay, rewind that back, and hit the play button again, then hopefully in a moment. Oh, those alarms. How annoying. There we go. Much calmer in the cabin. Hope you didn't have your speakers turned up too loud because, wow, that would have been annoying. But I do. I love watching these replays from the wing views. I think they look so realistic. And it's picking which one we prefer. Yeah, Christian, funnily enough, the landing is always better second time round when using the replay. Let's see what this one is. And there's the modded airport coming into view. Look at that, wow. And down we go. Glass reflections in the terminal windows as well. How did it call that landing then, guys? I can't see the overlay in the simulator, so you have to let me know how we do. But there we go. So a nice touchdown in Prague. We can now go and grab some food at the airport terminal, have a little bit of a rest, and the good news is, fellas, we shall be back for another flight tonight. So we do have another flight scheduled and live stream for tonight. So if you want to be with us for that one, it'll be a shorter flight, so I'll be on the microphone for the whole time. Then make sure you are subscribed to the channel and turn the notification bells on as well. I'm going to leave you guys then with one more replay of that landing, and as I do that, say a big thank you to each and every one of you for joining me on today's flight. And of course, a huge thank you to those of you that have subscribed and helped us get past the 7,500 subscribers, 7,500 subscriber mark. And of course, a major thank you to all of you that have offered donations and supported the stream, as well as a big thumbs up, as always, to our VIPs, the Easyjetsimpilot channel members who have been with us today, both in the chat and also in the air as well. Thanks very much, guys. I'll leave you with this final landing replay, and I will see you tonight for another flight. Goodbye.